I'm not waiting to be killed by a dragon. We need to fall back.
Freedom or sword!
Can't hide.
Lucky hit! I'm going to put you... Dance to the Empire! There's no escape. I've been wounded worse by better!
Let's go on ahead. See if the way is clear.
I'll keep a watch in case Ulfric comes through here. Talos guide the both of you.
Come on, this way. Over here.
You seem attached to your chair.
Come on, this way. Come on, this way. Come on, this way. Let's see where this goes. Going back that way now. We'd better push on. The rest of them will have to find another way out. The hurry. That doesn't go anywhere. I guess we'd better try this way. I hate those damn things. Too many eyes, you know?
Fight and die! With such great
Hold up! There's a bear just ahead.
See her? I'd rather not tangle with her right now. Let's try to sneak by. Just take it nice and slow. And watch where you step.
Or if you're feeling lucky, you can take this bow. Might take her by surprise.
Go ahead. I'll follow your lead and watch your back.
I stepped on something.
That looks like the way out. I knew we'd make it. There he goes. Looks like he's gone for good this time. No way to know if anyone else made it out alive. But this place is going to be swarming with Imperials soon enough. We better clear out of here. My sister, Gerda, runs the mill in Riverwood, just up the road. I'm sure she'd help you out. It's probably best if we split up. Good luck. I wouldn't have made it without your help today. My sister, Gerda, runs the mill in Riverwood, just up the road. It's probably best if we split up. Good luck. I wouldn't have made... You know, you should go to Win... What? Oh, hardly. I don't think even Ulfric could pull a dragon out of his pocket. Lucky for us it attacked when it did, eh? I wasn't looking forward to getting a shave from the Imperial headsman. Seriously? You don't know? That was Ulfric Stormcloak himself. Right. The leader of our fight against the Empire. I forget that most people don't know what he looks like, except for those Imperial wanted posters. I was assigned to Ulfric's guard. We were on our way to Darkwater Crossing, in the south of Eastmarch. The Imperials were waiting for us. As pretty an ambush as I ever saw. We were outnumbered 5 to 1 at least. Ulfric ordered us to stop fighting. Didn't want us all to die for nothing, I guess. I thought they were taking us south to Cyrodiil. Parade us in front of the Emperor. But then, we stopped in Helgen. And you know the rest. Damn right. If anyone will know what the coming of the dragon means. But besides, you have your own scope. I hope so. Skyrim needs people. Come on, we'd better get moving. You know, you should go to Windhelm and join the fight to free Skyrim. You've seen the true face of the Empire here today. If anyone will know what the coming of the dragon means, it's Ulfric. See that ruin up there? Bleak Falls Barrow. I never understood how my sister could stand living in the shadow of that place. I guess you get used to it. those stones. 3 of the 13 ancient standing stones that dot Skyrim's landscape. Go ahead, see for yourself.
What if you touched all these stones at the same time? I suppose that would be difficult. But think about it.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend. Ulfric's capital is Windhelm, northeast of here. You'll want to talk to Galmar Stonefist, Ulfric's right-hand man. He handles the new recruits. Better you don't want to run into any Imperials. You know what happened to them. Hello, friend. Good luck. Come to Windhelm and talk to Ulfric. You won't regret it. Don't even think about it.
Oh, damn, the leg's playing up. I should see a healer one of these days. Ah, another stranger passing through Riverwood. Off on the next adventure, Fair enough. But if you're seeking excitement and riches, this ain't the place, I'm afraid. Riverwood does have its charms, but I imagine they're not quite what you're looking for.
Working in her lumber mill.
Ah, yes. Worried faces have been rushing by, with hushed whispers of another catastrophe on the horizon. Old Hilda says she even saw a dragon. Strange days indeed, but the world will sort itself out in the end. It always does. Here's the same as anywhere else, I suppose. Why not? The Riverwood type? It's okay, stranger. I know what you mean. You're correct. I am no farmhand or errand boy. I am, or was, a soldier. But that life is behind me now. I've taken a few beatings in my time. You've got a good sense for it, that's for sure. I can tell you, if you'd like. But let's get somewhere more comfortable first. Come, follow me. I do apologize for the pace. My leg isn't quite what it used to be. There we go.
Found you, I did. Numenor says he wants someone. Levados finds them. And here you are. Heroes always wandering around, easy to find. Good thing, because she's in danger. Who does it matter? What does it matter? You're a hero. You look the type. It's what you do. Someone's in danger, or my friends are in danger, will be in danger, whichever. You find the danger, you stop the danger, you get treasure. Simple, easy. Not really, though. Someone always wants you to fetch something random. Yes! No. Maybe. Hard to explain. Not my area. Too broken. Too many mechanisms, mostly unmoving. Can take you down, though. Introduce you to the team. Let them explain. They love explaining. Two? Not two. Down, deep down. Low as you can go. Can't expect a chronographer to operate any other way, can you? Have to go down no other way. Could use a gate, but I broke that. No, your way is Stonehole Mine. Nice place. Has a contingency. It's right there on your little map. Very nice map, too. But I talk too much. Go to Stonehole Mine. Go deep. Find the way to our little town. Take me with you. Found you, I did. Heroes always wandering around, easy to find. Good thing because she's in danger.
There we go. Let's make this absolutely clear. I don't know who you are or how you found me, but if you try anything, I will kill you. The Dominion pays well, of that I have no doubt. But even a cripple can still hold a blade. Mercenaries come in many guises, so you'll have to forgive me for not taking you at your word. How much did they pay you, Your weight in jewels? The promise of an emissary's position? You're an idiot if you think the Dominion keeps its word. By what right do you invoke rank, stranger? What do you know of war and sacrifice? Fair enough. But if you haven't chosen a side yet, you will soon. No one will be able to escape the coming war. But you seem like an all-right sort. Come, let's grab a seat and I can tell you anything you want. Frankly, my leg has started acting up again.
Found you, I did. Numenar says he wants someone. Lovatos finds them. And here you are. Found you, I did. Heroes always want. You find the danger. Let them. But I follow. No. What you see isn't what I am. Let me shut down. You take what. Yes, perfect. Not really. Not from me. Just. See? Much better. Take a fabricant, stop his time. If his Numenar's intact, he'll be fine. Just the real me here. Just the Numina. Easier this way. No waiting up for me. No me getting stuck in walls. That happens a lot for some reason. But we're wasting time, really. Go to Stonehole Mine. Little place near Dawnstar. Old, abandoned, Third Era. Very nice. Southwest of Dawnstar. Go!
I hope you'll not begrudge a veteran for being careful, but it pays to look out for one's enemies, no matter... No. If there's anything I know for certain, it's that the Thalmor never forget those who cross them. Even a sleepy village like Riverwood can attract unwanted attention, if you're not careful. The better question is, what didn't we do? I'm from a small hamlet on the edge of Alakir. Conditions could be worse than Morrowind's at times, but it was honest, and life made sense. But there's too much bad blood there now. Too many bad memories. Not just me, but for us all. The Dominion, of course. I was still half a boy at that age. Bull-headed, rash. But I wanted to make a difference. Help the fight against elven supremacy. Thalmor forces were already in Hammerfell before the Great War had officially started, so I began working with a local band across the Alakir. Must have been quite a shock to the elves, to come from lush grasslands and comfort to nothing but desolate wastes as far as the eye can see. Lutes and poetry weren't going to be much help there. There's an old saying that the sands swallow all. We'd used the storms to cover our approach, and strike quickly before they had a chance to react. Most of us were just pulled from local settlements. Men and women that had been thrown into warfare with only basic martial training. But we made it work. Fought as hard as anything to keep our home. For a time, we had some close calls, and magic is always an unknown in combat. But we fought hard, won a few victories, even joined a battle near the entrance of Montelion. That was chaos if I ever saw it. Soon enough, the locals who had barely learned to hold the right end of a blade were veterans, forged through blood and war. Of course, we might not have known each other at the start, but going through that together brought a kind of bond, a mutual understanding of everything we'd been through and faced. Good soldiers are worth their weight in gold. Soon enough, we went our separate ways, summoned off to different patrols. The war was gripping all of Tamriel by this point, and even the nobles understood that we couldn't be getting much help from the outside. I had taken a poison arrow during one of the last night raids, and was recovering in Sentinel. A short respite from battle, but a welcomed one. As any soldier can tell you, you take whatever sleep you can get. A lot of wounded in the city, but the guard kept it together, and the Dominion off our backs. No. In fact, it was quite the opposite. While recovering and visiting some friends, I was approached by one of the forebears. The siege had recently been broken, and finally it seemed like the two were going to get their heads out of the sand. She was old blood, respected in the city, and as a joint effort with the Crowns, they organized a war band. By Satakal, it seemed someone got the idea that I should be picked to lead them. It was. Something like that doesn't come around every day. Strictly need to know, armed with the best gear Hammerfell Gold could buy, to strike fear in any who dared to cross into our lands. Of course, I may have been injured, but those few weeks hadn't made me go soft. I was eager to get back into the field and tear the Dominion a new one. We shook hands, and the next day I went to meet them. My people. We met in an old ruin beneath the city. Only a few guards on hand. Introductions were made, plans laid out, and we toasted, even as Dominion spells pummeled the gates outside. As for my fellows, well, I could tell we were going to get along just fine. We headed out next morning. Some of the finest men and women I've ever known. War has a tendency to make or break a person. I don't know if you fought in a war, traveler. Real war. But if you're lucky, every once in a while, you'll come into contact with someone who just has it. Skill, luck, bit of the gods on their side. I don't know, but each and every one of them was like fury itself in battle. We were the very best Hammerfell had to offer, and we were going to make Thalmor pay their tribute in blood. Our frontal team was led by an enormous Pomarat, gold flecks tinting a mane that had been decades in the making. From what I've heard, they're a rare sight outside of the Khajiit's homeland, but if you saw him fight, you'd understand why I was glad to have him on. A lot of great warriors out there, but few would dare risk locking blades with someone like him. More than once, he'd lean forward and sink his fangs into the enemy's face. Rip their throat out, even. The Thalmor never saw it coming. Outside of battle, though, Saja was a quiet one. He was content to keep watch while the rest of us slept, meditating under the moons. Alongside Saja and I, there was an old man, Lund, disgraced son of one of the minor houses, or some such thing. It didn't seem to matter to him, of course, and certainly not us, but by the sands could that man fight. The art has been lost to history for as long as anyone can remember, but he captured even the smallest fragment of what the Arnshai once were. Sword singers. Never seen anyone before or since handle a blade quite like he could. The damn fool could be grouchy, and wave take you if you interrupted his battle preparations. But he was a dear friend. Not content to live out his days in bed, he fought to the last. With the three of us diving into the thick of it, we had support from all sides to protect our flank. First was the Bosmer, Nilus. I've never been to Valenwood, but the way he held a bow was a work of art. He was small, but he could use that to his advantage, dropping down before a patrol even had a chance to react. Before he'd even touched the ground, 3 arrows would find their mark. But he was always disappointed it couldn't be 4. A bit mad. He loved taking scalps wherever he could, but he moved like water and saved our hides on more than one occasion. Next was Kara, Altimer battle mage. Yes, surprising, no? Fate must have had a sense of humor, sending someone of that caliber into the arms of the Resistance. She could tear any of her kin apart with a spell, and took pleasure in it too. Kara never told us what had brought her from Alinor, but then again, we never asked. She was a firebrand, all right, and gods protect you if you said anything about her heritage or homeland. Of course, she made her allegiance clear from the moment we met, and we never had any reason to doubt her. It was always very matter-of-fact with her. Anything that needed to be done, got done. She'd crawl out of oblivion itself if it'd get her home back. There was Sunvar. I suppose you'd call him our healer, although he personally hated the term. Sure, he knew some restoration magic and could whip up a poultice in the field, but his real skill laid in alchemy. More than once, we'd stop on the road only to find that he wandered off to collect supplies a few leagues back. Oils, poison, explosives, you name it. He had a knack for the stuff. Surprising for a Nord, but that was our merry band all around, wasn't it? Finally, there was Tanwyn. The only one I knew before the war, but I would prefer not to speak of her. We were a family of sorts. Any commander can send new blood to their death. I suppose it was a luxury that I could come to know them at all. Trust them. Madness had brought us together, but they were all good people. Honest. Even under difficult conditions, there was never a shred of doubt. I've been fortunate to fight alongside people I'd gladly die for. Even more so, to have walked away from that war at all. It was simple, really. Disrupt Dominion activities wherever we could. At first it was mostly helping protect the roads or the occasional emissary. As the war progressed, we were given more specific tasks. Sabotage and the like. Extinguishing fires, slitting throats as the Thalmor slept, and disappear before the first light. Soon enough, a bit of a legend began to develop. The ghosts of Ban Karai. Deadly wraiths waiting in the reaches of the Alakir. I believe it was the locals that had started the tale. A superstition after patrols no doubt failed to return. It was all nonsense, of course, but as far as we were concerned, anything to shake the Dominion's resolve had its uses. No one, no matter how skilled at tracking, knows the wastes better than my people, and we used that to our advantage, but we referred to ourselves by our own name. Enough time has passed that the name is now only that, but once the Resistance only had to utter it to make captured spies cave. Huh. We weren't suited to attrition or open warfare, thousands and thousands charging at each other in an open plain. Our strengths lay in quick, ruthless attacks. Give everything we had and move out before any scouts nearby showed. A fireball to scatter mounted soldiers, arrows from an elevated point. Then the rest of us moved in to clear up. The Thalmor showed no mercy, so why would we show them any in return? You understand. Good. Hesitation, empathy. All these things are luxuries. Perhaps things could have gone a different way, but we did what we needed to do. Only nobles in their comfortable manners have the time to debate right and wrong. The rest of us just have to live with it. Yes, by then it seemed like all Tamriel had fought to a standstill, but the war just dragged on. Our party was moving around Hammerfell more freely, but we could only be in one place at a time. Let one village burn so you can help protect another. Assault a war party or keep the Thalmor scouts blind. 100 lives or 1,000. Simple choices, but so much more to consider. In any case, that's how it was. One morning, we must have been camped by a small oasis. A rider came charging up. We received letters from Sentinel and other cities before, of course, but this was unexpected. We had been ordered to a small village on the border with Cyrodiil to await members of the Dominion Command passing through. Our contact was a bard of all things, a young Imperial woman by the name of Lavella Dientis. She had been scouting the place out before our arrival. Of course, but the letter was legitimate, and we weren't exactly in a position to refuse with a war going on. Within a couple of days, we had left the wastes of the Alakir behind us and headed for greener pastures. When we arrived, it was late at night, but that gave us a bit of time to check the place out. Calling it a village was certainly generous. It was more of a loose collection of hovels than anything else. A couple of houses, a run-down farm on the eastern edges, and your typical tavern to pull it together. Nothing out of the ordinary. Next morning we headed in and visited the tavern. Our illustrious contact was dressed in finery, playing to bleary-eyed peasants. It was all very surreal. Mostly farmers. They appeared to tolerate Dientis' presence as long as she steered clear enough to let them drink in peace. I don't know much about lutes and singing, but she was clearly skilled. Why it was her, someone who'd draw the attention of everyone within 100 leagues as our contact, though, was beyond me. Anyway, despite some misgivings, there was no sign of the Dominion, and the innkeeper's family were decent folk as we settled in. Surprisingly, yes, the letter did turn up something we could use. Dientis told us that a group of emissaries and nobility from Alinor had been traveling with a larger force through the east of Hammerfell. However, the force had split off to move into Skyrim, so these nobles were moving to an encampment in southern Cyrodiil, right into our path. Exactly. And after trudging through the desert, each and every one of us was eager to take that opportunity. Dientis was eager to get it done and leave the place, but we enjoyed some brief respite. Each day we checked the roads, using the woods to stay unseen. Then, well, the time finally came. As I said, the village was no fortress. There were some makeshift stables that could provide cover from arrows, but not a whole lot else. Most of the villagers heeded my warning and left before the Dominion arrived, but the innkeeper was stubborn. said that he wouldn't move, even if Ball himself was coming. We decided that the best way to draw them out would be to stage an attack in the woods and bring them into the village. Close quarters would be our advantage, and hopefully give us enough time to deal with any spells. Dianthus volunteered to play victim of a bandit attack. A little too eagerly, actually. But she was our best hope for getting their attention. All that was left to do was move into position. I waited inside the inn with Saja and Sunvar to play the part of drunken bandits, getting fat off the latest raid and hopefully enough to get the Dominion's attention. Arlund was dressed as a blind old traveler, nursing a drink on the ground just outside with Nillis on the roof or the stables nearby. Kara had a Justicar's outfit, so would move in with the rest of the group as they approached the village. Tanwyn, well, she wanted to sit by me, act as the concubine to my dastardly bandit leader. No, almost from the moment we put it into motion, things began to spin out of control. We had assumed that once we got their attention, the group would move into the village as one. The Altimer work as single parties. They're not suited to scouting or smaller warbands. They use the Barsmur or Khajiit for that. Numbers weren't a problem provided we could use the surroundings to our advantage. But it was going to be a tough fight. You can imagine what it was like when 2 Justicars rode in ahead of the group, just as we were getting ready. The only thing we could do, stick to the plan and hope that Dianthus would draw in the rest of them. All of us knew the risks, knew what we were in for. But when the 2 Justicars walked in, no one dared to even breathe. I certainly considered it, but had they managed to get a spell off, it would scatter the rest of the group, or at the very least, it would blow our disguises trying to deal with the bodies. It wasn't easy, but we had to keep going. The innkeeper could tell something was wrong, but served up the Justicar some drinks. With Satakal's eyes on our side, they'd soon leave or be too drunk to react when we did attack. But those 2 elves, they decided to come and sit with us instead. I could see that Tanwyn wanted to reach across and throttle them. The Justicars just sat down and struck up a conversation. I remember I kept looking between the door, straining to hear any movement outside, and Saja, who had one hand on their blade. But the Justicars just sat there, ordering more drinks. Maybe they could see we were on edge. Perhaps they just didn't care. Either way, we weren't going anywhere. The innkeeper was ready to move at a moment's notice. The Altimer didn't budge. Those of us inside the kept up the act as the Justicars continued to drink and drink. We might have been able to kill them, but it was too much of a risk. Suddenly we heard the bulk of the group moving in. It seemed Dianthus had kept her word after all. With no sign of Nillis or Kara, I assumed they were in position and ready to go. The group had arrived, and after a brief pause, a few of the nobles walked in, ordering some wine that the innkeeper had prepared for them especially. They glanced at Saja out of curiosity, but there was no sign they recognized us. They were well and truly drunk by that point, having a jest with Sunvar, who was just staring at them, his jaw clenched. The Dominion relaxed, and I could even hear one of the guards outside talking with Arlund. A Justicar on the table opposite sat down and pulled down her hood, revealing Kara beneath. She was anxious, but there was no way we could talk without drawing unwanted attention. Something was wrong, and we were in deep. It was going to get bloody. The only question was when. Maybe, but it had been a mistake to draw the Altimer into the tavern. I, had underestimated what they'd do. Still, we sat there until one of the nobles came shambling over and started flirting with Tanwyn. Clearly they thought we were simple travelers, and thought to buy a night with her using gold. I kept up the gruff bandit act, giving him some excuse that she was mine or whatever. But he kept pushing. Tanwyn was so tense I thought she was about to snap, but brushed it off, until the noble leaned forward and put his hand on her thigh. Tanwyn pushed him off of her in disgust, and suddenly, everyone was on their feet. I've been lucky enough to walk away from many situations that would have killed another, but nothing could prepare someone for something like that. Perhaps it was our fault for not moving sooner, for not calling the whole thing off. Perhaps it had been doomed from the start, but it doesn't matter. It was too late. The Thalmor were ready to go, the noble indignant at some dog and his whore for refusing the likes of him. There was no turning back. 3 arrows came tearing through the open windows, hitting the drunks and then the noble, right through the throat. As everyone drew their weapons, I threw my weight forwards, flipping the table onto its side as a bolt of electricity crackled against it. That damn innkeeper had managed to time his throws with Kara, using some cheap bottles to throw on the elves while she followed up with a fireball. As the smell of burnt flesh assailed us, Tanwin and I leapt out of the nearest window, with Saja, bloody and enraged, not far behind. It was better than I was expecting, worse than I hoped. Orlund stood over 2 soldiers that had been standing guard, but Morthalmor were already running towards us. I could see Nilus on the roof nearby picking off as many as he could, but we were going to be overrun, and there was only one way out. Sunvar stepped out, his hands bloodied from beating one of the drunkard's skulls, with the wounded innkeeper in tow. The heat from behind us was overwhelming, but we drew our weapons to meet the oncoming horde. I wish it had been. There was no way we'd be able to make it to the trees, and the horses the Dominion had arrived on were long gone. We stood back to back, but it was not enough. Orlund was the first to fall, an arrow through the shoulder, and then a charger's sword. One of the battle mages collapsed the roof under Nilus, and I heard him cry as the soldiers moved in. Sunvar. He fought through the pain, wielding whatever he could get after losing his weapon. He fell with his kinsman, the innkeeper, teeth clenched in a blinding fury as he pushed his fingers as far as he could into a noble's eye socket. Tanwin and I were protecting each other's flanks, our sabers bloodied by elven filth. But no matter how hard we fought, it wasn't enough. One by one, I watched my party die, even as more of the Dominion poured into the village ruins. Saja, right until the end, fought like one of the gods themselves. Warhammer, claws, teeth, whatever that damn Khajiit could do. But one of the Justicars blinded him with a flask, and a group of them managed to overwhelm Kara before she could help. For all the difference it made. Bloodied and near collapsing from exhaustion, I could see some of the Ultimar commanders just standing there on the edge of the village, waiting for us to either submit or die. I received an arrow through my shoulder, and then my leg for my stubbornness, and could no longer fight. Tanwin, She tried to pull my broken arse back to safety, but one of the elves ran her through when her back was turned. The sound of combat died away, and for a few moments we just lay there on the ground, waiting for the end to come. My apologies, traveler. I need a moment, and a drink. Greetings to you. Yes, you'll have to forgive me. It seems retelling this was more difficult than I expected. It's been a long time. I could hear Tanwin wheezing, a terrible, airy noise as she breathed through her wounds. The blood was pouring out of me just as fast. As for the Thalmor, they pulled back, but I could hear someone approaching. One of their commanders came into view. At first I thought he was going to finish us off. He just stood there, his brow furrowed, staring down at us as if he'd never seen a person die before, as if we were objects for him to study. But in the end, there was nothing I could do. I used the last of my strength to pull myself over to where Tanwin was lying. We'd come from the same village, fought for years at each other's side. She managed to squeeze my hand softly, just once, before I heard her breathe her last. Then darkness took me. Possibly. I suppose the hardest part is that I'll never know. She disappeared, never to be heard of again. Perhaps she did keep her word, but was killed herself. Maybe she thought we could deal with the larger force. Maybe the group we were to intercept had changed, or someone tipped them off we were in the area. Or maybe there was no Lavella Diantus. It was a Dominion ruse from the beginning. It doesn't matter anymore. What's done is done. I awoke to find myself chained to the back of a rusted cage. I was delirious, half dead really, and the agony of losing all of them had taken its toll. But still, somehow I clung to life. It was slow and painful. But as the Dominion crowed over their new prisoner, I began to recover. Eventually I was handed over to a scouting band and taken to one of their camps. Your average prison is usually just an extension of the local fort or castle. A couple of cells chiseled out of the walls with some guards to patrol it. The camps were designed to be in the most hostile areas available, ensuring that if someone did manage to escape, they wouldn't make it on their own. I spent the first few months carefully examining the defenses. It'd be no easy task. Large, reinforced metal barriers, 3 rings deep, kept everyone locked tightly behind them. Spells or explosives would have barely made a dent. And the Justicars were everywhere, always watching. Some people would crack just under the stress. Then there were the beatings, torture, executions. The Dominion prides itself on being cultured and superior. But in reality, this is just a facade. They may be even more cruel than the Dwemer. Life in the camps wasn't so bad at first. They bring you just enough food to keep you alive. A mysterious slop that tastes like boiled leather. I was in a bunker with about 100 others. Mostly red guards, but there were some orcs as well. Even a Bosmer, though he didn't last long. As you slowly begin to waste away, the lethargy ensures that prisoners are docile. Then, your biggest enemy is time. But every now and again, there needed to be a reminder of how things worked, the established order. It was a couple of weeks after I'd been captured before I saw this demonstrated. The Justicars came into each bunker in force and pulled us all out in the middle of the night. Some of us didn't even have time to dress, and the Alakir can be very cold at night. They brought out a Khajiit, pathetic little thing, whimpering and emaciated. They looked like they were close to death as it is. After a short speech from the camp's captain, a group of Justicars set to work on that poor cat. No magic at first, just beating every inch of them. And we just stood there, silent, except for the cries as the Khajiit was beaten to death. That is what the Thalmor had reduced us to. I don't know, but it was unnecessary and cruel. Sometimes it wasn't even prompted. Maybe our captors just got bored. Whatever it was, it always ended the same way. Anyone who made a sound, cried out, who dared to show their humanity, they were taken away and we never saw them again. Married couples had the worst of it, since the Thalmor would separate us out. Everyone knew what they were doing, but we couldn't lift a finger. Some of the guards would even walk past the bunkers deliberately and just smile. To have your heart's desire in reach, your very being screaming out to protect the one you love, and you can't do a thing. Another time, one sadistic mage in particular forced us all to watch as he flayed the scales off an Argonian with his dagger. Heard he's an emissary now, toasting with the nobles in Alinor. How could they watch on, I wondered. Not just my kinsmen, but all of Tamriel. Everyone knew what was happening, knew it was wrong, but they did nothing. Why? Because in the end, it's not the Thalmor who we struggle against, but ourselves. And apathy, traveler, is death. Even now, here in the free north, no one pays any mind when someone gets taken in the night, whisked away to an untimely end in Northwatch. Life just goes on. I didn't. I spent a better part of 2 years in that cursed place. 2 years. Small amount of time for some, but many good people went behind those gates. Few returned. By the time the resistance rolled through, the Great War had already ended. The Dominion was pulling its forces back. Talks had begun over the Concordat. All very neat for the nobles in Imperial City, but they hadn't lived through what we'd seen. Those who could still stand ran to the gates, braced strangers. So glad to see anyone other than a cursed Altmer. Many were so weak, however, they couldn't even stand up. They just stared at you. Hollow, empty eyes. I was fortunate enough to have some strength left. My leg had been broken in a beating, but I could still walk. The moment I stepped out of the gates, I'm not ashamed to admit that I cried. I wept for my brothers and sisters, for our home, for all that had perished at the Dominion's hands. It was morning then, looking out at the sun poking over the edge of the horizon, illuminating the sands. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Freedom. They had beaten us, they'd tortured us, but they hadn't broken us. After everything we endured, there was victory in that, I think. I stayed to help my kinsmen nurse those who were in need of care back to health, or at least ease their passing. Bit by bit, the camp was torn down and we scattered to the winds along with it. Nothing remains of what stood there now. You're very welcome. But we've been here for a while, no? I'm sure you'd wish to return to the road, or whatever it is you adventurers do. You were kind to listen to an old fool indulge in some memories. The older you get, the more you'll realize that's all you have. Take care, traveler. And, as a friend of mine used to say, may the road lead you to warm sands. Ah, another traveler.
Here for work? Get an axe, and bring me all the wood you can chop. Ain't every day we get visitors in Riverwood. Gerda, she and Hod run the mill. I see no the grind. If you've got the raw materials, you can use the forge to make something new. All right then. Do you think that dragon is still flying around here somewhere? We'd better keep moving. I don't want to run into any Imperials who know what happened at Helgen.
I heard the gourmet's hiding out somewhere in Skyrim. You know, fella who wrote that cookbook? Rayloff? How do you know him? You did? We heard that Ulfric was captured. No, sorry. But in times like these, I can't just take the word of a stranger who wanders into town claiming to be my brother's friend. A dragon? In Helgen? It can't be. Although, it would explain what I saw earlier, flying down the valley from the south. I thought I must have just been seeing things. I don't know why, but I actually believe you. You've got the look of someone who's just seen a dragon. Things just go from bad to worse. First the war, now dragons. What's this world coming to? The Jarl needs to know if there's a dragon on the loose. Riverwood is defenseless. We need to get word to Jarl Balgruuf in Whiterun to send whatever troops he can. If you'll do that for me, I'll be in your debt.
Hey there. Good luck. Come to Windhelm and talk to Ulfric. You won't regret it.
Halt! City's closed with the dragons about. Official business only. Fine. But we'll be keeping an eye on you.
If you have time, I'd like to visit the Drunken Huntsman for some arrows. Elrindi.
immortality. And now, walk among the stars! What would you have
Well,
to do then?
there's no telling what it means. My lord, please. This is no time for
What's
rash
the
action.
meaning of this
I just
interruption?
think we need more
Jarl
information
Balgruuf is
before we
not...
act.
Well,
I
that
just-
explains why the guards let you in.
Who's this then?
Come on, then. The Jarl will want to speak to you personally.
So, you were at Helgen. You saw this dragon with your own eyes? By Ysmir, Irileth was right. What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls? Against the dragon?
My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once. It's in the most immediate danger. If that dragon is lurking in the mountains...
The Jarl of Falkreath will view that as a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should not...
Enough! I'll not stand idly by while the dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people. Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties.
That would be best. Well done. You sought me out on your own initiative. You've done Whiterun a service, and I won't forget it. Here, take this as a small token of my esteem. Good to see you. If it's the war you're referring to, I'm on the side of Whiterun. No doubt General Tullius and his friends in the Empire will tell you that I owe them my loyalty. And perhaps I do. Ulfric Stormcloak would say that I owe my allegiance to the Nord people as they fight for Skyrim's independence. Perhaps this is also true. The day might come when I am forced to draw my sword for one side or the other. But that day has not come yet. No doubt he thought it was the only way to make his point. And also because he knew he could. With good plan. Until brave heroes step forward to destroy these... monsters. That is the best we can do. May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
You're a spoiled baby. I'm going to tell Father you said that. He'll tame your hide for sure.
Keep safe.
Greetings.
Is it food?
Divine smile on you, of course. Yes, I could use someone to fetch something for me. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet that may or may not actually be there. Straight to the point, eh? No need for tedious hows and whys. I like that. Leave those details to your betters, am I right? I, learned of a certain stone tablet said to be housed in Bleak Falls Barrow. A dragon stone, said to contain a map of dragon burial sites. Go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt interred in the main chamber, and bring it to me. Simplicity itself. Ah, the dragon stone of Bleak Falls Barrow. You already found it. You are cut from a different cloth than the usual brutes they all foists on me. You'll have to see the Jarl about that, maybe his steward Avenici. I'm sure one of them will pay you appropriately. It's been good talking to you.
Good to see you. The Jarl has put out a bounty to slay a giant. Here, take a look at this decree for details. Enjoy your visit to Dragon's Reach.
Hey there. Keep safe.
Good to see you. I understand. Sadly, no. My work affords me few opportunities for such an adventure. Perhaps some hero will bring one to Dragon's Reach, like old Olaf one I once did. What a fascinating conversation that would be. I'll put it simply, so if...
Wait for me. Farengar! Farengar, you need to come at once. A dragon's been sighted nearby. You should come too.
A dragon? How exciting. Where was it seen? What was it doing?
I'd take this a bit more seriously if I were you. If a dragon decides to attack Whiterun, I don't know if we can stop it. Let's go.
So, Irileth tells me you came from the Western Watchtower?
Yes, my lord.
Tell him what you told me about the dragon.
Oh, that's right. We saw it coming from the south. It was fast. Faster than anything I've ever seen.
What did it do? Is it attacking the Watchtower?
No, my lord. It was just circling overhead when I left. I never ran so fast in my life. I thought it would come after me, for sure.
Good work, son. We'll take it from here. Head down to the barracks for some food and rest. You've earned it. Irileth, you'd better gather some guardsmen and get down there.
I've already ordered my men to muster near the main gate.
Good. Don't fail me. There's no time to stand on I want... You survived, but I haven't. And there's no time to stand on ceremony, my friend.
This dragon.
No. I can't afford to
I'll see you at the watchtower as soon as the rest of the men have gathered.
To defend the city against these dragons. Keep
As you
safe.
command.
One last thing, Irileth. This isn't a death or glory mission. I need to know what we're dealing with.
Don't worry, my lord. I'm the very soul of Corp.
Oh great, now it's gonna look like vanilla shit.
Against its own people! So rise up, children of hell!
Here's the situation. A dragon is attacking the western watchtower.
A dragon? We're in for it.
You heard right. I said a dragon. I don't much care where it came
Hello
from or
again.
who sent it. What I do know
Yeah,
is that it's made the mistake of
worst thing
attacking
is-
Whiterun.
Reputation. A few bad apples spoiled the bunch.
That's a fair question.
You know how it is.
None of us have ever seen a dragon before, or expected to face one in battle. But we are honor-bound to fight it, even if we fail. This dragon is
Shall
taking
we?
our homes, our families. Could you call yourselves Nords if you ran from this monster? Are you going to let me face this thing alone? All the blood.
No, Housecar.
But it's more than our honor at stake here. Think of it. The first dragon seen in Skyrim since the last age. The glory of killing it is ours, if you're with me. Now what do you say? Shall we go kill us a dragon?
Yeah.
Damn right. Let's move out.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. If not, let me know. I might have it stored away.
Look, you already have been told you're not allowed here. Turn around and go back the way you came.
We're causing no trouble. All we ask is to look for her.
What do you need?
A woman. She's... We are not welcome here, and we're looking for a fugitive who comes from Hammerfell.
I don't care what you're doing.
A
After
Red
what
Guard
happened,
woman.
you're lucky I don't
She
force
may
you
be
in
somewhere
jail.
in the city.
Now get low.
If you look, we will be back.
Yes, yes, I haven't got all day. It would seem so.
Good afternoon.
Can we trust them?
No
This is
signs of
nice,
any dragon right now.
right?
But it sure looks like he's been here. I know it looks bad, but we've got to figure out what happened. And if that dragon is still skulking around somewhere. Spread out and look for survivors. We need to know what we're dealing with.
No, get back. It's still here somewhere. Porky and Claude just got grabbed when they tried to make a run for it.
Guardsman, what happened here? Where's this dragon? Quickly now!
I don't know. Kinneret, save us. Here he comes again.
Here he comes! Find Make
On there.
Hallow, save us. It's a dragon.
Dead?
Let's make sure that the lizard is really dead. Damn good shooting, boys.
Look at that. What's happening?
Everybody, get back!
I feel so
I
involved.
can't believe it. You're Dragonborn. In the very oldest tales, back from when there were still dragons in Skyrim, the Dragonborn would slay dragons and steal their power. That's what you did, isn't it? Absorb the dragon's power. There's only one way to find out. Try to shout. That would prove it. According to the old legends, only the Dragonborn can shout without training. the way the dragons do.
Dragonborn? What are you talking about?
That's right. My grandfather used to tell stories about the Dragonborn. Those born with the dragon blood in them. Like old Tiber Septim himself.
I've never heard of Tiber Septim killing any dragons.
There weren't any dragons then, idiot. They're just coming back now for the first time in forever.
Well,
But
I'm
the old
watching the
tales tell of
tower,
the Dragonborn
but
who
it's
could
not
kill
doing
dragons and
anything.
steal their power. You must be one.
What do you say, Irleth? You're being awfully quiet. Come on, Irleth. Tell us. Do you believe in this Dragonborn business?
Some of you would be better off keeping quiet than flapping your gums on matters you don't know anything about. Here's a dead dragon, and that's something I definitely understand. Now we know we can kill them, but I don't need some mythical dragonborn. Someone who can put down a dragon is more than enough for me.
You wouldn't understand, Housecarl. You ain't a Nord.
I've been all across
Wow.
Tamriel.
This is
I've
heavy.
seen plenty of things just as outlandish as this. I'd advise you all to trust in the strength of your sword arm over tales and legends.
That was shouting, what you just did. Must be. You really are Dragonborn then. Thum! She summons the Thum!
A day like this is just perfect for reading a good book. If someone were to save everyone, it'd be you.
I'm glad to see you. Go on.
Right on.
I'll follow. What? Of course. All right. Okay. Fine. This fort must have been impressive in its day. A shame it's been allowed to fall into disrepair like this.
We shall inherit both heavens and earth, and we not be held for
Good. You're finally here. The Jarl's been waiting for you.
You heard the summons. What else could it mean? The Greybeards.
We were just talking about you. My brother needs a word with you.
So what happened at the watchtower? Was the dragon there? I knew I could count on Irileth, but there must be more to it than that. Dragonborn? What do you know about the Dragonborn? So it's true. The Greybeards really were summoning you. Masters of the Way of the Voice. They live in seclusion high on the slopes of the throat of the world. The Dragonborn is said to be uniquely gifted in the voice, the ability to focus your vital essence into a thume, or shout. If you really are Dragonborn, they can teach you how to use your gift.
Didn't you hear the thundering sound as you returned to Whiterun? That was the voice of the Greybeards, summoning you to High Hrothgar. This hasn't happened in centuries, at least. Not since Tiber Septim himself was summoned when he was still Talos of Atmora.
Hrongar, calm yourself. What does any of this Nord nonsense have to do with our friend here? Capable as she may be, I don't see any signs of her being this, what, Dragonborn.
Nord nonsense? Why, you puffed up ignorant. These are our sacred traditions that go back to the founding of the First Empire.
Hrongar, don't be so hard on Avenici.
I meant no disrespect, of course. It's just that, what do these Greybeards want with her?
That's the Greybeards' business, not ours. Whatever happened when you killed that dragon, it revealed something in you, and the Greybeards heard it. If they think you're Dragonborn, who are we to argue? You'd better get up to High Hrothgar immediately. There's no refusing the summons of the Greybeards. It's a tremendous honor. I envy you, you know, to climb the 7,000 steps again. I made the pilgrimage once. Did you know that? High Hrothgar is a very peaceful place. Very disconnected from the troubles of this world. I wonder that the Greybeards even notice what's going on down here. They haven't seemed to care before. No matter. Go to High Hrothgar. Learn what the Greybeards can teach you. You've done a great service for me and my city, Dragonborn. By my right as Jarl, I name you Thane of Whiterun. It's the greatest honor that's within my power to grant. I assign you Lydia as a personal housecarl, and this weapon from my armory to serve as your badge of office. I'll also notify my guards of your new title. Wouldn't want them to think you're part of the common rabble, now would we? We are back to business, Proventus. We still have a city to defend.
Yes, my lord.
Divine smile on you, friend. Sadly, no. Perhaps I'm... What a fascinating conversation that was. I don't know. The Greybeards can tell you much more than I can. Well, if you can shout, you need to go see the Greybeards. They'll know what to do. If I said that would... Now, I'm a busy man, and your pointless questions are boring me terribly. Good day. Good to see you. Yes? 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 Excellent. I think you'll be glad that you made this decision. Good to see you. Yes?
The Jarl has appointed me to be your housecarl. It's an honor to serve you. The Jarl has recognized you as a person of great importance in the Hold. A hero. The title of Thane is an honor, a gift for your service. Guards will know to look the other way if you tell them who you are. As my Thane, I'm sworn to your service. I'll guard you and all you own with my life. Lead the way.
Love!
Great talent, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. There it is, friends. The ugly. We are the children of man.
What a beautiful evening.
Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords. Sharing the heavens with man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? your children, your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing!
You smell that?
I'm glad. For friends, I have something for you.
This whole...
Ascended right to rule the realm.
Good to see you. Yes? Of course.
Great talent. Cheers. For the God in each of us, the future of
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Let's see here. There's a new museum opening up in Dawnstar. The owner is asking me to hand out invitations to travelers. Looks like that's it. Gotta go.
Tell me, do you believe in mighty Arche, god of life and death? Well, as I said, Arche is the god of life and death. You'll find his temples and halls of the dead all across Tamriel. Priests of Arche, such as myself, perform rites for the dead and sometimes console the bereaved. We also keep a constant vigil against those who practice the vile arts of necromancy. I asked the question because I was hoping you might be able to help me recover something I've lost. My amulet of Arche. It's the I missed. Without that amulet, I'm powerless. I'll just wait here and make sure nothing foul escapes the catacombs.
Hello. Okay, I can do that.
The blessing of Arche be upon you.
Yes. I study corpses. I am, after all, a priestess of Kinnereth. On the contrary, I'm doing independent research on the nature of death. If we can better understand how an injury or illness kills, we'll be more adept at applying a remedy. Although, given the state of the temple, I can see why you'd mistake a healer for an undertaker. I do find humor to flex the more unsavory aspects of handling bodies. For instance, in Eastmarch, there's a priestess of Arche named Helgerd. She was a lot funnier than me. Smarter, too. She could pinpoint the cause of death by studying the corpse's exterior. She could determine the time by markers of decay. 2 reasons, really. The Temple of Kinnereth, and the ample supply of bodies. It allows me to conduct my research while still upholding my duties as a priestess. Of course, the corpses here aren't the only specimens worth study. There's also the men. Currently, I'm deducing the nature of poison. It seems that regardless of the substance, the body has a threshold which cannot be surpassed. This can vary depending on the substance. For instance, the toxicity of nightshade is far higher than that of Jazbay grapes. A Jazbay grape, on the other hand, can leave you susceptible to destruction magic. All things, when consumed in enough quantity, can kill. It is. There's a story, in fact, of a man who drank from a fountain that was rumored to restore youth. An elderly man, he consumed water from dawn until dusk, until his stomach bloated like a gourd. The sun hadn't set when the man collapsed and died. It turns out he succumbed to water poisoning. For him, water was the source of all death. Similarly, as poison is in the dose, mortality is bound to time. A simple cut, if allowed to fester, can be fatal. While some areas are more tolerant than others, preventing death is simply a matter of restoring a wound within that set window. That's why efficiency is crucial in the field. Many deaths happen because there's simply not enough time to find a healer. There's 3 types of research. The third, my research follows no banner. It serves the will of... If my research is used for war, then I'm not to blame.
Still
even
here.
if I'm partly responsible.
As you wish, my Thane.
I spend so much time among the dead, I sometimes forget how much I missed. Oh, thank RK! Please, take this gold for your troubles. It was a pleasure.
Back already? As you command, my Thane.
Hello. Certainly.
Yes. True. Both healing spells and potions restore the body as a whole. But most of this energy seems wasted in the process. Plenty. You just have to ask the right questions. Sorry, that's an old necromancer joke. I couldn't resist. Basically, I need test subjects for my restoration research. The dead tell me how certain ailments work. Unfortunately, unlike exterior damage, it's difficult to pinpoint injuries and disease that happen within. You have to dissect the body and look for patterns. Then you compare the results with healthy bodies that died from more obvious wounds. I never implied my work was solely on the dead.
I think she's playing
I
with
used to
herself.
experiment on small animals. I'd make cuts in multiple locations and attempt to heal only one of the incisions. If the spell succeeded, I would compare the result to a traditional healing spell, as well as the amount of magicka required to cast it. But this presented a new dilemma. Trapping wild animals isn't as easy as opening a coffin. There's also the matter of the screaming. Animals can be quite obnoxious when cut or burned. It's as if they don't understand the concept of research. I didn't take pleasure from the experiments, nor do I take any joy from hurting myself, but I feel I'm too close to stop now. Twice, but only to heal myself afterwards. The problem is that so far, only one spell has been required to mend both wounds. By concentrating its effects at a specific area rather than the body as a whole. For a master of restoration, sure, the point is moot. Even a grand healing spell is but a portion of their magicka reserve. But for a novice mage or spell sword, the amount saved on magicka potions alone could be substantial. I have no doubt it would, but I don't like support, and Skyrim has no shortage of test subjects. I've always had a soft spot for sailors and travelers, for whom Kinnereth is the matron. They would often visit the temples and pay homage and tend to their wounds. I marveled at these strange visitors from faraway lands, and the priestess whose touch could bind cuts, soften bruises, and solder bones. But what intrigued me most of all was the concept of pain. It was pain that brought these men to the temple first, and the tavern second. The smart ones anyway. The others came too when the ale failed to cure them. Not one of my best. In any case, the point is this. Injury did not eventuate healing. Pain did. Without it, there's nothing to alert us of danger. I don't know if that's the best way to put it, but I'd certainly take it as a compliment. A courier was found dead on the road west towards Rorikstead. On him was a letter. He didn't say who from. Guards have been telling travelers to watch the skies. In the past 2 weeks, 2 separate adventurers have been felled by mudcrabs. Trolls savagely beat a man near Chilfaro Farm. He died, but not before they managed to gnaw off half his face. And before you ask, no, it wasn't Nazim. A summoner attempted to conjure up one of the guards a warm bed. They both burned to death. Farewell. Yes. Yes.
You've got to admire their courage, doing something like that with dragons on the loose and a war going on.
Need a ride? I can take you to any of the hold Where do you want to go? Climb and back and we'll be off. You ready to go yet? Oh, steady on. This rain will...
The Blackbriars basically own Riften. The idea of them reminds me of what I escaped from, but covered with a lot more sugar.
Trade elsewhere. The dragons are a concern.
Damn faithless Imperials.
But what of the war?
Hold there. Before I let you into Riften, you need to pay the visitor's tax. For the privilege of entering the city. What does it matter? All right, keep your voice down. You want everyone to hear you? I'll let you in. Just let me unlock the gate.
Far have I traveled to bring you these fine goods. Come and
The gate's unlocked.
What is it with
You
these
can head
bossmen
inside when you're
walking
ready.
around in fancy outfits and serving Nord Jarls?
I wish I could spend more time reading
Salad
books.
eaters.
There's just so much to learn.
But in every part of Skyrim, there is hope for
Fine. If you won't listen to me, I'll find someone who will.
What is it? Yes. It fails to grasp that I want to murder it. Funny, because that's all I ever think about. Oh, I guess it's true what they say. Tamriel would be a much better place if we could all be the kind of people the dogs think we are. Traveler, are you by chance in need of a companion? Blast! It seems no one is willing to take this infernal dog off my hands. I don't blame you. It's a filthy beast. Its hide is as foul as its breath, and it's never at a loss for words. Uh-huh.
I had another run-in with a Thief's Guild.
Be careful, Mule. The Thieves Guild
I
has
find
Raven
Mule to be a
Blackbriar at its
little
back.
intimidating.
One snap of
Maybe
her
it's
fingers
because I
and you
know
could
she
end up in
probably
Riften
wouldn't
jail.
like me.
Or worse.
They
talk about
represent the
that suit
reason
of
I'm
leather
here.
armor you
I
sold
can't
me.
just ignore
The
them,
fasteners
Eren.
are already coming loose.
I know.
Fine.
I just
It'll be
don't
5
want you to
septums
leave.
to repair it.
You're
Why
the
should
only
I
good
pay
thing that's
for a
happened to this
repair
city
on
in a
something
long
I
time.
just bought?
You're a stranger here too,
Just
huh?
bring it to me tomorrow and I'll fix it for
To
you.
call it a guild is... They're... What do you think? That's a shame. It's going to take more than just myself and Eren to help. My travels have taken... You see, Riften is my... It's been... If it wasn't for Eren... When my strength returned and he told me about the problems plaguing Riften, I decided fate brought me here for a reason.
Trouble?
So I stayed.
Yeah? Well, I got news for you. There's nothing to see here. Last thing the Blackbriars need is some stranger sticking their nose where it doesn't belong. The Blackbriars have Riften in their pocket, and the Thieves Guild watching their back. So keep your nose out. Me? I'm Maul. I watch the streets for them. The only way you could have found one of those is by stealing it. Guess you'll fit in around here better than I thought. So what do you want to know? Do I look like I'm get in good with them? Just remember, if she tell you kidding, if you want to get in on that, he used to live here in Riften at the orphanage on the other side of town, but I think he
I'm
ran
really
away.
getting tired of your excuses.
Can't say I blame him.
When you borrowed the money, you said you'd pay it back on time and for double the usual fee.
I know I did. But how was I to know the shipment would get robbed?
Next time, keep your plans quieter, and nothing would have happened to it.
What? Are you telling me you robbed it? Why? Why are you doing this to me?
Look, Shadra, last warning. Pay up or else. All I care about is the gold. Everything else is your problem.
Huh? What do you want? Yes. I hope to open my own... I owe a great deal of money.
Seeing you around.
Now Sapphire wants her... You will? Oh, thank you. Be careful with Sapphire.
People of Riften, heed my words. The return of the dragons is not mere coincidence. This is one of the signs that Lady Mara is displeased with your constant inebriation. Put down your flagons filled with your vile liquids, and embrace the teachings of the handmaiden of Kine.
No,
Maramo. We talked.
Yes?
Talon?
Kirava, certainly we can come to some sort of an understanding. These people must be made aware of the chaos they've sown.
Enough, Maramo. We've all heard of the
I
dragon.
like his hair.
There's no need to use
Blessings
them as
of Mara
an
upon
excuse
you.
to harass
Wonderful.
our customers.
We also perform weddings. Yes, if you were ready, of course. Are you typical? When another person shows interest and the two agree to be together, one of them comes... Very well, Talon. I'll remove
Welcome to the
myself
Bee
from this
and
den of
Bob. I
iniquity.
met her.
May you return
I
to
already
her
have
benevolence
the...
and safety.
I was hoping you'd offer. I didn't think it was my place. The amethyst in the center represents the Hist, the entity that all... Of course. We're not kicking you out. Just keep the sermons at the temple and let us all sin in peace.
If you've got the coin, you've come to the right place.
Yeah.
Pull up a
What's your prob? I knew. Look, this is really simple. All right. Take it easy. No idea why you'd care about a stranger so much, but this isn't worth a fight. Tell Shadra I'm forgetting about his debt. That'll teach me to try and make extra coin around this city.
You could have just asked.
How dare you?
By order of the Jarl. Stop right there. Smart woman. Now come along with us. We'll take any stolen goods and you'll be free to go. After you pay the fine, of course.
Do you know if there's a muffin man here?
If you've got the coin, you've come to the right place. Pull up a seat. If you've got the coin, you're welcome. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter. What can I get you? Meat? Wine? Here, take a look at this. Here, take a look at this. It's all in this note. Mjol the lioness used to adventure across Skyrim before she settled down in Riften. The Thieves' Guild has been pushing hard to regain a foothold in this city. Rumor has it they're falling apart from the inside. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter. Have you seen that shrine of Azura? They say the Dark Elves built it after they fled from Morrowind. Sight. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
Two Bosmer in a city of thieves. Riften doesn't stand a chance.
Let me know if there's
Want a
anything
drink?
else you need.
If
Hey, Taylor.
excuse me, I have other things to
Taylor.
attend.
For the customer.
Keep your scales on.
So, how's it going?
There once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead. Lone travelers can find these woods a treacherous. Come on now. My carriage is the safest way to travel.
If you've got the coin, you've come to the right place. Pull up a seat. If you've got the coin, you're welcome here. Otherwise, hit the road. Head north. Else you could go see the Jarl's wizard.
Maybe you should head
Riften's biggest exports used to be fishing and honey until the black crime is if Maven Sibby Blackbriar is furious that his ex-lover tried to murder him. He's leaving no stone unturned searching for her.
Sometimes I'm not certain.
It has been too long since I tasted it.
You know that our supply is limited. It could be a season or more before we have a new ship to come.
don't look peaceful.
Oh, no, you don't.
I'll let you win this time. Just kidding. You're done. Oh, beautiful. Lovely. Hi there. Do I have something you need? Right.
A death wish?
What is it? Alrighty. What's your favorite sound? For me, I think it's the sound of the river flowing.
That takes care of that.
I don't have time for this. Leave them there.
try that with you sometime.
I'd recommend caution. What was that? Die.
Dragonborn.
Any new cravings? She looks strong. I bet my sister's turning heads at one of her grand soirees right now.
Oh, come on, get the fuck out of the way. Are you kidding me? There you are, getting away again. Must be a quest.
So the fool comes to dance once more, but it seems I've slain all your partners. A sanctuary for the ghosts of the Akavir. My mentor once spoke of it in passing. Now all those ghosts have passed. It seems one of these ghosts was a greedy one. He had 2 legendary blades, away where the others would be blind to his duplicity. A sanctuary for the ghosts. It seems one of these ghosts was a greedy one. Why else, imbecile? To hunt my old mentor. Yet he continues to elude me, as does his stance. Flattery will not work on me, elf. This cat never retracts her claws. One is as light as a feather, and as fast as the arrow it fletches. Its edge doesn't appear to be as fine, but that's deliberate. A light blade with an edge is brittle, and this sword is as sturdy as it is swift. The other is as sharp and as piercing as a confession. Heavy for an Akaviri sword, a blade meant to ward off blows and strike with force. Both are life and death incarnate. One knows not which role they play. These are the perfect weapons to slay my mentor once more. Not at all. Speak with your equal. Pat round balls of yarn. I have 2 swords to fetch. Out with it, fool. True. The one I killed to gain this armor was indeed a blade. A master of the dual sword technique, and my mentor. He was a man of 40 years, and I no older than a dozen. When I first bested him in single combat, yet he was still my better. And our bodies would never be at an age where I could prove otherwise. At 16, my mentor had exhausted his use to me in terms of body. I would have granted him death right then, if not for the secrets his mind guarded. The Way of the 9, stances and techniques derived from the teachings of the divines. That was his legacy, and his gift to me, his only pupil. But only when I was ready. A phrase thrown around by masters of all disciplines who wish to teach their pupils the value of patience. What I wasn't ready for, and never would be, was religious nonsense with which he dressed the art of the kill. Now as I enter my prime, I search for the lesson that escaped into the void when we last crossed our blades. Fool, your words display the emptiness of... Yet if I hadn't struck the killing blow, then I myself would be lost to the void. and that's a trade only imbeciles like you will understand. But I will enjoy watching your brow twitch in confusion as I pass his words on to you. Take, for instance, Talos. Mortal man ascended to the divines. The front foot faces the opponent, just as Talos faced the armies of men. The back foot faces the rear to the invisible plane of the eight. Two swords, pointed north and south, forwards and backwards in an open stance. If you only see the mortal man, you'll neglect the hidden divine. She stands nude. The stance is seduction. The blade raised in the right hand glints the love too can be. Julianos teaches that from one thing. No 10,000. Study closely what is this garbled poetry and peasant wisdom. Unnecessary layers of depth that belies it. The tip of the blades nearly scraped the ground, sweeping upward to catch the crook of the elbow where the joints meet and the flesh is exposed. Stendar's mercy, the only technique of the 9 that utilizes a single blade and a single cut. As two warriors pass on the road, the blade is drawn from the scabbard and returned in a single motion. 20 paces later, a red gash will appear on the victim's neck, no thicker than a cat's hair. 30 paces later, and the gash will form a crescent, as pearls of blood trickle from the wound. 50 paces, and the line has run full circle, the blood dribbling onto his collar. The victim reaches for his neck, and upon touching it, his head topples over. So 51 paces, traveler, from where you stand. That's where you can exhale. The stands of Kynareth, both blades pointed upward to the sky, power sacrificed for stealth. Just as we know not from where the rain falls, the blade's vertical position masks its angle and its target. Akatosh, the dragon god of time. And what's battle but timing? No different than a bard's tune. Dance to the beat of a throbbing heart. The stance of Akatosh is an offensive position, a series of flurries that disrupt one's timing and rhythm. It's designed to stagger an opponent and end the fight quickly. But should you fail, you will fall to your own exhaustion. Zenithar, right foot facing east. When braced together, two blades are as resolute as any shields, and the winds of Zenithar, with a shift for those who labor and endure. And I grow weary of your questions. Speak quickly, or not at all. It snowed that night when it should have rained. My mentor looked at the sky and said Kynareth was all out of tears. And I said, Kynareth does not cry for fools. We drew our swords and dashed through the trees. The night before I had chosen my stance. While most would use the flurry of Akatosh, the technique is too violent. I could kill my mentor and lose sight of the very thing I sought to learn. And in the spiritual sense, the father does not come before the son. It was or more precisely, the tracks he left in the snow. There was a pattern there, if only I had more time.
Hey, stay quiet and follow me.
Did you hear something?
Try to stay within range.
The last one.
Have our scouts come up with any information on these reports of dragons?
Yes, milady. That unpleasantness at Helgen supposedly involved a dragon. It killed several soldiers before it departed.
I want you to speak to the city guard. Make sure there's a contingency plan in effect in case Riften falls under attack.
Yes, milady. I've also taken the liberty in preparing a private carriage, just in case.
Good. If Riften should fall, it's only right that its leader be spared.
Welcome to Mistvale. Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here's your reward. As steward, lately I've had my hands full, so I can assure you that this isn't... We're pleased to have her, and... In fact, I wouldn't say they were a threat at all. No, our resources should be spent on preparations for invasion. Huh? Someone actually interested in what I'm doing. Amazing! Well, allow me to explain. My experimentation involves a magical construct and a reagent that will allow the construct to maintain a field of permanent harmonic energy. Aha! So, you're a student of theoretical applied harmonics. Putting aside Ralston's constant of universal inversion for a moment, how would you approach the problem? Draw the harmonic energy into the reagent, or allow it to generate its own field? Calipers? That's utterly ridiculous. Maybe long ago you could just find calipers in every household across Tamriel, but not anymore. Hold on. You've given me a brilliant idea. Just as calipers hold materials in place, A soul siphon can hold magic fields in place. Genius! And I'm sure you've completely worked out how to counteract complete dimensional collapse, right? Are you completely insane? Swallow a soul gem? That has to be the most brilliant and unexpected solution I've heard in a long time. It solves all of my problems and keeps the field stable. Now all I need... Wait, what were we talking about? Yes, I could use some help with that. An assistant, perhaps? No. Maybe a familiar. No, too messy. Well, at any rate, organization is not my strong suit. Not at all. I need as much help as I can get. In fact, if you could retrieve a few things for me, I could start on my next set of experiments.
They used to be inseparable.
The Imperials think us all lawless.
As you can imagine, I tend to forget things often. Leave things around. I really must learn to put these things away. What I need is my Dwemer stirring spoon, my orichalcum ingot, and my grand soul gem. In fact, I could use them immediately. Bring those items back to me, and I'll be happy to experiment on you. No, that isn't right. I'd be happy to reward you.
Mother, how long must we put up with Saerlin spouting his nonsense about the Empire?
What would you have me do? Send him to the gallows for treason? He's your brother, Harald.
My only concern is your safety, Mother. One can only imagine the sordid types he may be conspiring with to bring about your downfall.
I will hear no more of this, Harald. Do you understand me? No more.
Excellent. Well, why are you still standing here? Oh, right. You need to know where they are. That
There's
would help.
nothing that's too low for them.
I know you. Where was it? Let's see.
How long
The
must we put
Orica...
up with Saerlin
And last
spouting
is
his
the
nonsense
Soul
about the
Gem.
Empire?
I left that one in Windhelm at the White Phial Alchemy Shop.
He's
It was
your
a good
brother,
trade,
Harald.
too.
My only
well.
concern is your safety, Mother.
I have
One
to
can only
remember.
imagine the sordid types
Lord
he may be
first,
conspiring
then
with
summon.
to bring about your downfall.
I will hear no more of this, Harald. Do you understand me? No more.
Welcome to Mistvale Keep. I'm Jarl Layla's
Welcome to
steward,
Riften, traveler.
Anuriel.
I hope the road fared well for you. What can I do for you? Well, how can... My heart goes out to them. With this... Many
You're
have
welcome,
died.
Riften,
Surely
as long as you continue
to the
obey
Stormcloaks.
our laws.
This... Sadly, they're proving elusive, but I have
As
confidence
Riften's
that Maven
steward,
won't
I'm afraid
give
I
up
can
until
provide
this
only
city has been
limited
rid of them all.
assistance. But
Good
speak
journey.
your
to you.
mind.
Damn faithless Imperials.
Buy some armor and live to tell about it.
Gleaming gemstones over here.
Come to see Balaman perform. Smithing's been... The secret is my fort. What? You will? Thank you. 10 pinches of fire salt should give me all I need to bring this forge back to life.
Buying and selling fine jewelry here.
Remember, nothing but genuine fire salts will do. The forge knows the difference.
Welcome to the Pond Prawn. Come on in, take a look. Welcome to... Take a look. Mm-hmm.
What brings you to Ballamon today? Amazing. These must have been very hard to come by. You've saved my business and warmed an old smith's heart. For that, I thank you. You wish to do what I do? Very well.
Protect yourself right. Buy
Well met, friend. Me, she's... I've tried
I wonder what I said.
And finally, CB. The worst of all of them. He's in Riften jail for murder.
My husband
Safe
Bercy
travels.
will be the death of me. Just all the crime and corruption in Riften is really getting to him. And now that we hear rumors about the dragons, he's been very depressed.
I'm always looking to Thanks. I was actually worried I'd run out. Well, the last traveler that... Careful, though. Rumor has it a dragon makes its home there.
Buying and selling fine
vegetables. It's as crisp as a winter's morning.
Where should we go?
For those teeth. Those little bastards are dangerous.
Need a ride? Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure it is. I've got to get out of here. There once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorik's day.
Any luck with Sapphire? By the 8! You actually talked her into it? I don't know what to say. I didn't think anyone in Riften even cared what happened to me. Look, I was saving this, but I wanted you to have it. I thought I might need it if Sapphire came for me, but I don't need it anymore. I look forward to our next meeting.
The Imperials think us all lawless beasts. I'm proof of their ignorance.
Oh look, it looks like vanilla now.
The Greybeards have summoned the Dragonborn to High Hroth. He's the protector of man, the Dragon of the North. The patron of all Nords. Talos preserve you.
This fucking fog is at fucking 3 o'clock in the afternoon. What the fuck? This looks like shit. Can't do
Hey,
that.
watch it!
You finally get it to look good. Now it's gonna look like shit when I go rest.
What's the hurry?
Drifting, drowning in a sea of sin.
If you've got the coin, you've come to the right place. Pull up a seat. If you've got the coin, sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Huh?
Just get out of the way. God damn it.
Let me know if there's anything else you need. Hey, Talon, get off your lazy tail and take care of the customer.
Keep your scales on.
What is it with these boss
Welcome to the Bee and Barb, milady.
and
I
serving Nord
I have some
Jarls?
fond
Of
memories
course.
here.
Salad eaters.
If you'll excuse me, I have other things to attend to. You want a drink? If you'll excuse me, I have other things to attend to.
Favorite keeps dropping.
Saber cat. Your enemies to dust like a giant. Only a...
I wonder if there's a place where I can go detonate. I don't think there is in this version.
Gold coins, and all this could be yours.
Gems, potions, exotic ingredients. I'll have them all.
Fuck.
Be careful.
I'm glad to see you. Okay. Gotcha.
Not again. I'm sauce and left with no choice.
One battle at a time.
Get them!
God, no! What have we done?
Back off!
You're not all that.
God, help!
They were just
I fought for it.
trying to live. And we...
Lucky.
No one can stop us. And that's over. I've got your back, and you have mine.
Damn. Damn.
Let's do this.
You're a fool to fight me.
I'll let you win this time. Just kidding.
Victory's yours. I submit.
Dead.
Friend, where do you put everything? What's new? You need to lighten your load.
That's kind of lame that this is the same.
Right up.
Yes, my friend. Of course. All right. All right. Fine. What?
What the fuck?
All right. Of course.
You should wear that. This thing's so fucked up she might
Gotcha.
use that as a weapon. Too bad I messed that up. Yeah, I think this list needs a little more work.
That wasn't my favorite kill. That never gets easy.
What the fuck I was going out there for?
There's been word of some trouble nearby. I probably shouldn't tell everyone who asks. This is important business, you know. Thanks for wasting my time.
Death comes for you. It's clear.
Lovely. We couldn't handle.
Done well.
draw their attention, but hurry! When I get homesick, I just look up. The clouds, the sky. They're different, but similar, too.
Take a look.
Let's do this.
Time to die.
What is it? Alrighty.
Someday, I'm gonna kill a... Froggy won't let me hunt on my own yet. It ain't so bad. Yeah, but don't say anything. It ain't so bad. It's okay. I know what happened at home. With the dragon and all.
Just what we need. City folk barging in. Probably looking for an offering to their precious divines. Their stolen idol. It's an old... Do you think you're strong enough for Kai? You must... Here's where you need to go. Return when you've defeated... Don't mock it, Pop. Those kind... grandson. Well, can't say I was a great father the first time around. Now that...
Just need 1 second.
Heard there were wolves on the road up north.
Yes?
Do you need something? You're incredible, you know that? Here, take this. How do you know if your magic sword is blunt? When it starts critiquing your form during combat. Right.
I'm glad to see you.
Greetings. I shall entertain myself. Ha! Hi there. Certainly.
Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise.
I've heard you may actually be stronger than you look. I'm sure that the owner of that place is relieved. They certainly came through with the coin. A citizen of Winterhold has asked for our help. It seems that a predator has invaded their home, and someone needs to clear the beast out. I see. Well, should you change your mind, the contract will be available for a while. A citizen of... It seems that a predator has invaded their home, and... I see. Well, should you change your mind, the contract will be available for a while.
Maybe we could go find the tavern? I'd kill for some rot meth.
It's good to have another quick-eyed shield sister in the hall. Come to me with any troubles. The Jarl of Whiterun has asked... It seems someone's got to head out there and... I see. Well, should you change your mind, the contract will be available for a while.
The latest recruit, right?
How long would you like to stay?
If you have time, I'd like to visit the Drunken Huntsman for some arrows. Elrindir and Enoriath are the only ones who sell bone arrows around here. I sense a distinctly feral atmosphere here. The wolves rode upon a great Jovaska to meet the sons of Iskramor. They said, "What are you but a harbinger to leave us hopeless and forlorn?"